The regular meeting by video conference during disaster due to COVID-19 of the Board of Trustees of San Elizario I.S.D. held this August 10th, 2020 at 5:30 is now called to order. Ms. Jaques, roll call, please.
I believe Mr. Madrid is on.
Is he there?
Yes.
Who's on? Mr. Madrid, roll call, please.
I want to call out the names of you here. Just say here. Mr. Soldado Chavez. Becky Romero. Michelle Garcia.
Here.
Myrna Hernandez. Irene Jaques.
Here.
And myself here.
I'm here too, Fernie. Romero and Hernandez are absent. Thank you, Mr. Madrid.
I thought I saw Ms. Romero's name also.
Did you? I guess I must have
No,
lost
no,
it.
not Ms. Romero, Ms. Hernandez. I saw her name.
So Mr. Hernandez is present?
I saw it earlier.
Okay.
She is not.
No?
No? Okay.
So we will now proceed with the script for the open meeting. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meetings laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by a telephone call and internet access. We are meeting by use of both telephone conference call, online access, and through use of an email link for questions. If a member of the public submitted written comments in advance, the board president or a member of the administration will read the comments into record before or during the board's consideration of that item. If you would like to provide comment at a further meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow instructions on the meeting's notice. All other meeting procedures will adhere to the board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. We apologize in advance for any unforeseeable difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. If you have questions about the suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. Okay, we'll now proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance. May we rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now proceed with San Elizario I.S.D. mission statement. San Elizario I.S.D. mission is to graduate students with skills to meet the demands of a changing world by promoting student success is non-negotiable. Channeling resources to match the learning needs of students. Employ and retain quality staff so that San Elizario is a proud, innovative, and academically superior district. Okay, we'll proceed to item 2, open forum. Ms. Christine, did anybody sign in for open forum?
No, Ms. Licon, no items were received.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll now proceed with item 3, district recognitions. 3A, introduction of Ann M. Garcia Enriquez Middle School Principal, Mr. Richard Salcido, presenter, Dr. Rogelio Segovia, Associate Superintendent.
Good evening, Board President Licon, board members, and Dr. Mesa Chavez. Today, I want to introduce to you our new principal at Garcia Enriquez Middle School. He comes to us with 16 years of experience in public schools. He's a former special ed teacher, math teacher, and an intervention coach. In addition, he has experience as an assistant principal at the middle and high school levels. He holds a bachelor's in business administration and a master's in computer information systems. He understands that being genuine, humble, and relatable are all characteristics that will lead to building a positive school culture for students and staff. It is my privilege and honor to introduce to you Mr. Richard Salcido.
Thank you, Board President Lincoln and Board of Trustees. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to serve as principal at Garcia Enriquez Middle School. I'm grateful to be part of the San Elizario community. My experience so far has been nothing but positive, and it's been a very humbling experience so far. We'll continue to ensure that all our students meet their high academic needs as well as their social emotional needs. And we'll continue to serve as positive role models here at GEMS. I look forward to working with you, with the community, with the parents, with the students, and our amazing faculty and staff. I also want to thank Dr. Mesa Chavez and Dr. Segovia for the opportunity as well.
Welcome, Mr. Salcido, to San Elizario I.S.D. family. Glad to
Thank
have
you
you on
so
board
much.
and leading our Garcia Enriquez Middle School.
Thank you so
wonderful
much.
foundation has been laid, sir, and we're so excited for our staff, our students, and our community, to have you take them to the next level, academically and with your vision. Great things will continue to happen at GEMS. So thank you, sir.
Yes.
Welcome to San Elizario ISD.
Thank you so much.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now proceed then. Thank you, Dr. Segovia. We'll proceed with item 3B, recognition of Spanish AP program. Mrs. Cynthia Villarreal, presenter, Dr. Rogelio Segovia, Associate Superintendent.
Again, good evening. We want to recognize one of our Spanish teachers at Garcia Enriquez Middle School for her hard work. She has been teaching at San Elizario ISD for 14 years. Today, we are celebrating the success of her students in Spanish AP classes. Her student scores at GEMS are higher than the state and global statistics at 90.9%. Just this past school year, 37 of her students earned college credit. She's determined to bring innovative and invaluable opportunities for our students. It is my privilege and honor to present to you Mrs. Cynthia Villarreal.
Good evening, Board President Ms. Licon, board members, and Dr. Mesa Chavez. It is now 4th generation of the students from Garcia Enriquez Middle School that have earned college credit from the Advanced Placement Spanish program. 5 years ago, I began to research how I could bring this college board exam to GEMS, which is typically offered to only high school students. With the support of my principal, Ms. April Marioni, and the San Elizario board members, we were approved to begin this program at GEMS in August 2016. As we start with any new curriculum, I was now faced with a challenge to develop and teach college level materials to middle school students. However, I was constantly motivated by the fact that these students were being given an opportunity to earn cost savings in college level credit even before high school. I, along with my students, became passionate to learn about the expectation of the exam. Now, 4 years later, I am proud of how these students perform on the exam by earning high score even better than the state rate. However, the greatest achievement as an educator is being able to provide our students a potentially life-changing opportunity that could benefit their future and their families. Thank you, Dr. Mesa Chavez and Dr. Segovia, for this opportunity and always supporting the program. Also, thank you, my GEMS family. A mis estudiantes les quiero decir que estoy muy orgullosa de ustedes. Yo sé que la situación que enfrentamos nos cambió la vida, pero nunca nuestras metas. Así es que si se pudo, ya seguir adelante. Gracias a 4 personitas que son mi motor, que son los cracks. Gracias por existir en mi vida. Gracias a estos cuatrillizos hermosos que Dios me trajo, que Dios me mandó, es mi motor. Now I'm going to introduce one of my students who took that test and he passed with the highest grade, Diego Martinez.
Good evening, President of the Board, Ms. Licon, board members, and Dr. Mesa Chavez. My name is Diego Martinez, and today I will talk about my experience with the AP Spanish program. My experience with the AP Spanish program was a little bit more different than all of the other people who have previously taken part in this AP program. I say this because since we were forced to quarantine because of COVID-19, we were also forced to take classes and communicate with all of our teachers and peers through online from our homes, which made things a lot more complicated. But even though there were a lot of issues and complications, Ms. Villarreal was always there doing the best she could so that we were able to practice, study, and get better every single day so that when the testing day came, we would be ready to pass that test with a good score. But even before the pandemic started, when we were still having regular classes and regular everyday activities, Ms. Villarreal would always be pushing us to do the best we can. The AP class was not easy, but after a full year of being in the AP program, when the test day finally came, I was ready. I was ready for it, and I was able to get a 5 on that test, which is the highest possible grade that I could have gotten. I know that the getting that right now at this current moment won't help me a lot, but when I get to the college level, it will help me in a great way. I also recommend that everyone takes this program in middle school because apart from being an awesome class, it will give you the opportunity to get more credit, more electives in high school, and the credit you get will really help you in college. Before I finish, I would like to thank God, Ms. Villarreal, my parents, and everyone who supported me and the AP Spanish program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Villarreal, for motivating and encouraging our students and supporting them. You know, that's a clear example of when we set high expectations and children do rise. And Diego Martinez is a clear example of that. So thank you. Thank you for inspiring. Thank you for working with our students and getting them to this next level. We appreciate that. So thank you. So we continue with item 3C, United States Marine Corps American Volleyball Coaches Association Academic Award recipient, presenter Ms. Christine Jacks, Athletic Director. Ms. Jacks?
Good evening, Board President Licon, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Mesa Chavez, and our audience. It is with great pleasure that I come in here today to let you know about this award that our volleyball team has won. And this is the 5th year in a row that they have won this award. And I actually got the official letter this afternoon, and I wanted to read what it says. I am pleased to inform you that the San Elizario High School volleyball team, led by Coach David DeRogers, is a recipient of the 2020 USMC ABCA Team Academic Award. They sustained an average team GPA of 92.617 for the entire year. Congratulations. In this uncertain time, leadership matters. While we lost our ability to be together this spring and to play our sport, David was a critical anchor for players in transitioning to and sometimes struggling with remote learning. David did not win the award, your team did, but the encouragement to stay focused on academics means this accomplishment was not happenstance. Be proud of your volleyball team, even without the sport to bond them. They succeeded as a group of students. We hope that during these difficult times that you will acknowledge and celebrate your volleyball programs. USMC ABCA Team Academic Award. Again, congratulations on behalf of the American Volleyball Coaches Association and the United States Marine Corps. So, and it was signed by their executive director. So congratulations to Coach DeRogers, and I know he is here with us. I don't know if I have the list of the players, Coach, and you want to come and join, and that way you can read the names of your girls? Or do you want me to read them?
Well, either I can read them if you would like. So let me see. I don't have the list, but I can read them here.
Can you remember it? I have the list here.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can read it, that would be great.
Okay. The team, this is a picture of the team. We have senior Victoria Perez, and I put them in kind of a different order. So we got there from left to right, Victoria Perez. We've got Bianca Sanchez, Destiny Loya, Victoria Lopez. In the pink, we have Marianne Torres. Then we have Brianna Montero, Jocelyn Reyes, Marianne Tapia, and Anissa Chidas. In the back row, we have Desiree Morales. We have Caterina Contreras. We have Camila Contreras. We have Arlette Becerra. We have Vanessa Benitez and Nadine Eckenroth. We were missing our manager, Miguel Rodriguez, and Alexis Amparan. So they weren't in the photo, but we wanted to make sure we recognized them as well because they do a lot to keep this team going. So we're really proud of them. And then Desiree and Marianne Tapia also received the Under Armour Athlete to Watch Award through the American Volleyball Coaches Association. We just got that information. So they're being honored for being outstanding players and people that you just need to keep an eye on next year. So, Coach, anything? Thank you for everything you do. Coach has never slowed down. I have to keep up with him. And I was actually in his classroom this afternoon, and the kid, I got tired just watching. So, Coach, thank you for everything you do with the team. And would you like to say something?
I would just like to thank the President Licon and the board and Dr. Mesa Chavez, Ms. Jax, and all our administration for their continued support. Every year I see you guys coming out to the games and you provide us with a great facility and good equipment and give us that opportunity. The program continues to have more and more kids in it. Today, Ms. Jackson and I were talking, we had 57 kids in the class, in the volleyball class today. And so we're working out, we're getting ready, and we appreciate your support, and we're really looking forward, and God willing, that we'll be on the court on September 8th, and we'll be back at it representing the district.
And our first scheduled game is September the 19th or the 18th. That's the first official game that we're supposed to have. So hopefully we're keeping our fingers crossed and we're thinking positive and we're being positive that we will be on the court on that day. So thank you again, as like Coach DeRazer said, thank you for your support and everything that you do to make athletics work and continue to run smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach DeRosa, and correct. Congratulations to the girls. Yay. Thank you for making sure their girls thrive both academically and athletically. So once more, congratulations and thank you, Coach DeRosa, and I can't wait for the first game. Hopefully we can all make it and be there, well, depending on how it goes. But yes, definitely, we're excited. Thank you, sir. Item 3D. Shasta School Board Award, Region 19 Large District Nominee, presenter Dr. Jeannie Mesa Chavez, Superintendent.
Good evening, Board President Licon and Board of Trustees. This is also a celebration for you all. It's my understanding that twice before a nomination has been attempted, and so we are San Elizario, meaning you all are representing our district. And so I want to congratulate you on that. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I'd like to acknowledge the team also. Even though it indicates the nomination was by me, there are so many folks that contribute to that. And so Dr. Segovia, Miss Cruz, Miss Cuevas, and Sir Horacio, we had cabinet team members. I mean, I could mention quite a few more, but it's a team effort, and it's my understanding today that the committee is supposed to be meeting, and going forward. The next step is if you're selected, you would be among the top 5, which would be among the honor boards. And so we took the time to highlight all the work that you all have been doing, and I think that you all would agree that it is a team effort. Because our submission was, I think 93 pages in length. And so I just want to congratulate you all for the work you're doing, and congratulate the team that helped us submit it in. And so God willing, you all advance and we'll go from there. But thank you for your service.
Thank you, Dr. Jeannie. It is a great team. We are a great team of 8, and we have worked very hard together, and we've managed to align ourselves to the vision of our community. So thank you very much, Dr. Jeannie, and everyone who submitted the paperwork to have the board nominated. Any trustees want to chime in or share anything?
No, just thank you. I appreciate all the time and effort in having created that, because we know that there's a lot of time that goes into it and gathering of information.
I would also like to thank everyone that did that. I know incoming as a new board trustee, the team that was here before has been very welcoming and has helped us, stay on the path to being an excellent board. And it's not just us, it's everyone, all the team. We're all a team. And thank you all for submitting that. And go Sanelli.
There you go. Thank you.
I also have a comment. It's a great honor, and I thank the team of 8. You guys have been doing a great job as a board together. But I also want to take time to thank the ex-board members that got us to this level. I know that with the board that we have right now, we're taking it to the next level, but a lot of people contributed to this kind of board. So I just want to thank ex-board members to the present board members. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, if no one else has a comment, then may I proceed on to item 4, executive session. The board will enter into a closed meeting to discuss personnel matters, to consult with attorney, to discuss real estate matters, to consider recommendations for hiring of personnel or termination of personnel, and other personnel matters under section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. 4A, discussion on scheduling of superintendent evaluation. Item 4B, discussion on employee board superintendent communication. 4C, discussion on the employment of the following: 1, contractual personnel; 2, non-contractual personnel. Item 4D, discussion on termination of the following: 1, non-contractual personnel; 2, contractual personnel. 4E, discussion regarding the current board operating procedures at 5:54 p.m. Please turn off your mics and your cameras, and we'll proceed to executive session. Thank you.
Board President Licon, if it's noted,
One.
It is 7:47 PM. The board will return to open session to take possible action on the matters discussed in executive session. Item A, discussion possible action to approve revisions to and/or pledges in support of board operating procedures. We will not be taking action on this item tonight. And also for the record, if we could please note that at 7:42, Mr. Fernie Madrid left the meeting.
Noted, Ms. Licon.
Thank you, Ms. Christine. Okay, that's it. We will now proceed to item 6, consent agenda. Consider and possible board action on items 6A through 6N. If there are any items you'd like to pull out for discussion, or if you have questions on them.
Yes, Ms. Licon, I would like to pull out item H, section H.
Okay, thank you, sir. Item H. Okay. Any other item? Any other item by a trustee?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda, item 6A through N. Was it N? I can't
Yes.
scroll down fast enough. Through N,
Yeah.
except for item H as requested to be pulled out.
I second.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just writing this down. I'm sorry. Ms. Hernandez. Okay, so we have an item on, motion on the floor by Ms. Jaques, seconded by Ms. Hernandez, to accept consent agenda items 6A through 610 with the exception of item H. Mr. Madrid is gone. Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jaques?
Aye.
Mrs. Garcia?
Aye.
Mrs. Hernandez?
Aye.
Mrs. Licon, myself, aye. Motion carries. Okay, we'll now return then to item 6H. With the policy update number 115, first reading. Mr. Chavez, you have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to see if somebody can give me an explanation as to why we're deleting DE local. And I think we're gonna also delete DMD and FMF. I just wanted a little bit more of an explanation as to why we're getting rid of them.
One more time, it was DED local?
DED local,
Uh-huh.
DMD local, and FMF local.
Thank you. FM local. Okay.
Good evening, Board President Licon, board members, and Dr. Mesa Chavez. To address that question, the explanation that we got from the TASB is that these local policies do not need board approval. They don't, actually board adoption. They don't need to be board adopted for us to continue to work on those.
Dr. Segovia, for FMF local, I don't see that in the Vantage Point booklet.
If you look at page number 5 in the Vantage booklet, page number 5, under miscellaneous deletion,
Yes, yes, yes.
it's there, and that's what it explains there, that these are not board adopted policies.
Word up. Okay, I hadn't seen that. Thank you so much.
Okay, just a real quick question. So since they don't need, according to the guidance, right, they don't need to be board adopted, would it all have any adverse effect on, like, for example, on FMF local, where, it specifically states that we should pay for the students' travel? And I think on one of the other ones where we allow the teachers to go to training outside a town or to like conferences. Is there going to be any adverse, effect on it, or what's going to govern it now?
Ms. Mata, we might need your interpretation of this. I mean, basically, it just indicates that that's not really within the realm of the board. I guess having to make the decision of that. I don't know how to say that. Right. And
I'm gonna ask, I think so Ms. Mata can address it with her answer. But this is only a recommendation, correct? We don't need to delete it?
that's correct. So these are recommendations from TASB, which is the Texas Association of School Boards, as you all know. And they have a policy services department that brings in their legal department to propose these each year. And this is update 115. Basically, what they use is information that is generated through the different legislative sessions. So whenever there's a change in the law, you're going to see a new update from TASB as far as policies. I'm not too familiar with the policy deletion that they're recommending. I'd be happy to look into it because I hear the concern that Mr. Chavez is raising as to, you know, what's the adverse effect of deleting the policy, and now what is going to govern, you know, when we pay for student trips and employee conferences. So I'd be happy to look into that. I'm assuming the district would continue with that practice. And it sounds like TASB is just saying, take it out of your policies because it's not appropriate for policy. It sounds like it's probably a legal requirement, but even for that, you have policy, you have legal policy. So I'm not certain why they're asking to completely delete the policy, but I can look into it. Okay, and we can bring it back. That's why these are put through 2 readings, just to kind of see where we are with it. So I've made a note on your question, Mr. Chavez, on adverse effect if it is not deleted. Is that what you got, Ms. Mata? Ms. Garcia,
Yes.
did we address your question on that, or?
Yes, correct, she did. Thank you, Ms. Mata.
Thank you.
Do we accept them today, or since it's only the first reading? With the stipulations that were set up, they can be accepted?
You can, yeah, you can accept the changes subject to clarification from legal, or you can also accept changes for all policies except maybe the ones that Mr. Chavez raised as concerns. And I think it was only the policies that are being
For
considered
deletion?
for deletion. Mm-hmm.
I have them, yeah. You want me to make the motion? Okay, I make a motion that we approve item 6H as presented and with, subject to clarification from legal dealing with the DED, DMB, and FMF local policies that may be deleted but will be addressed at a later time. Is that okay?
Yes.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Jaques, seconded by Ms. Hernandez. Okay, Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Jaques?
Aye, sorry.
Mrs. Garcia?
Aye.
Mrs. Hernandez?
Aye.
And myself, Sandra Licon, aye. Motion carries. So moved. Okay. We'll now proceed to item 7, new business and board action items. 7A, discussion and possible action to approve seeking a TA waiver to continue exclusive remote instruction beyond the first 4 weeks of school for an additional 4 weeks through September 25th in order to facilitate a safe and effective back-to-school transition process. Presenter, Dr. Rogelio Segovia, Associate Superintendent, page 185 in our board book.
Good evening again, Board President Licon, board members, and Dr. Mesa Chavez. So the TA has allowed school districts to seek an additional 4-week extension of remote learning, remote instruction. This is because of, when districts feel that that's the best way to address safety and health of the students and staff. So just to give you some numbers, I know that page 186 in the actual waiver form We have some there, but those are outdated now. Currently, we have 16,396 active cases of COVID here in the county. In our surrounding area, our neighbors here, if you just take their cases, it's 1,285. That's also an increase. And just here, San Elizario has also increased from the 202 at the time that the document was written to 261 now. So if approved, we would start with both online or remote instruction and on-campus instruction September 28th, if the board approves. I'll entertain any questions.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I do think this is needed. Cases don't seem to be going down. We don't have a vaccine. I know it's quickly approaching. We're looking at what, less than 3 weeks before we were scheduled to go back in, maybe 4 weeks. So saying that, I do agree with the waiver. I support it because, I mean, we can't put our students in harm's way or our educators. I know that I have opted myself as a parent to keep my children at home. I don't know if and when they'll return, if they will. But I know that, you know, cases aren't going down. And so we need to see if maybe, we don't even know if this waiver, if they'll go ahead and approve another one after this, because, you know, I just don't see it slowing down anytime soon. So hopefully it does, but right now, for the safety of students and educators, I think that it's a good idea to go with this waiver and see where it gets us, you know, after September 28th. So that's all.
I do want to be able to add, and Dr. Segovia was witness to a conversation briefly as he was going through my office trying to find our assistant principal who was walking the other way. But I did speak to one of the deputy commissioners this morning to get clarification, because there's just questions that I had. I was actually going to call him over the weekend because we have a direct line to reach him, but I waited till this morning. And I asked about the extension because, like Ms. Garcia has indicated, obviously we're concerned about the numbers. You know, we pay attention to what's going on in our neighboring communities, you know, as close as Fabens and Clint, and looking at those numbers, and Tornillo as well. And so one of the questions that I had for the deputy commissioner was asking him about what does this extension mean in terms of us allowing students back in. And so what he expressed and he explained was that that we could basically we have to be available for parents who have indicated they want to have their children back in school. So right now we have a survey that we have 66% who have indicated they want them back. They want to keep them in online format. And then we have 34% who have indicated in person. And so he said that with this waiver, we don't have to bring everybody back at once. What we could do is begin to bring them in different phases. You know, his recommendation, if you wanted to start with a certain population first. So that's just kind of what you will be seeing. Dr. Segovia and I, depending on what you all decide today in terms of this waiver, then we would begin to, we already have a plan on how we're going to be having students come back. But again, you know, some of the plans have to be reviewed. As, you know, I keep telling people, in our heads, it might work one way, but physically, when we actually have children, we're going to have to think about it and make those modifications. And so basically, the deputy commissioner indicated that the extension is not to keep individuals out completely. It's an opportunity for us to bring in kids slowly so that we begin to make the appropriate adjustments, because he's saying that they're firm in that they want us to be able to start accepting students back. So that's where we're at. We're just trying to add some time and kind of go from there. Dr. Segovia, did you want to add to that or?
Right on point.
Any other questions on this item?
On the extensions of, okay, on the extension, right? Obviously, so if you're saying we're asking for the extension to try and get students back in, will that be done in writing where the parents will sign, I allowed my student to go back?
We are actually in the survey. We actually ask, and we're going to be doing another push on having the survey answered by parents because we still don't have all parents who have responded. And I believe our principals are actually communicating that to our teachers because we just met on this this past week as Sir Horacio Hernandez was giving us the information on who had responded. And so parents are actually having to type in their name indicating, this is what we would like for our child. And that is going to help us in a number of ways. One is to identify, to be prepared for how many kids will be in person in the classrooms, the preparation for lunch on campus, as well as transportation. This is information that will also be communicated. And so the waiver is to extend the online format, but TEA is really wanting us to begin to bring in students in smaller numbers. Like, he indicated one of the examples he said was like, you can start with 10% of the population or 20% of the population and kind of go through in that format.
Excuse me, Dr. Mesa. And with that said, the teachers that will be coming in, are they also getting that option to be the teachers that do want to come in? Or how is that going to work?
I'm going to have Dr. Segovia go in there and explain a little bit on the teacher schedule and why it was purposely kept in a certain format. Go ahead, Dr. Segovia.
So for teachers we'll probably have to bring them in September 8th, because if we have any student that wishes to come back, we need to be prepared and available for our kids. So that's another phase in of our teachers. Right now, they do have the availability to teach from the classroom, and we do have some teachers that have opted for that. Others are staying home to do that. But starting September 8th, more than likely we'll bring in the teachers back to phase them in and be ready for any students that might want to come back.
Thank you.
Dr. Mesa, I have a question. You say that TEA is saying that they're extending this waiver in order for you to start transitioning children back in, right? Is there any place that TEA states that though?
It's not a transition to transition them back. What the deputy commissioner indicated was that we should use these additional 4 weeks to start with smaller percentages of kids to see what adjustments need to be made.
Correct, but did the commissioner put that in writing for us anywhere?
No, that's just the number that I dialed. I'm trying to think of.
Is there any way that we can reach out and get that put?
Alejandro Delgado. I'll call him first thing tomorrow and ask that question.
Dr. Mesa, if I may.
Sure.
If you look at the waiver, the last, in page 186, the last, second to last sentence there, it does say during the extended period being requested with this waiver, at least some on-campus instruction must be provided each day. So that's kind of what.
But isn't that referring to online, Mr. Segovia?
So
it says on campus.
So when we're asking for the extension of online, however, they are specifying with this sentence, at least the way I'm interpreting that, is that we need to have some on-campus instruction available for those that wish to come back.
During the 4 weeks that we're asking for?
Go ahead.
During the 4 weeks that we're asking for?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
But that's up to the board, correct? That's not up to.
So the way I understand this is we will, if the board approves, we will have the extension of online. However, within the waiver, it is specified that we do have to open up our buildings for on campus if any parent decides to do that, decides to send their kids.
And that's up to the board, right? If we see, I mean, I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but unless I see a decline, then I wouldn't suggest that students go into classrooms at all.
And I'm not sure that we would have an option to deny access to a parent who is choosing to send their child
Right.
based on the language here.
Right. But I mean, I'm talking with regards to the students, right? That don't want to attend, because that will still be an option, correct?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
and actually, I'm glad you brought that up, Trustee Garcia, because we do have some parents out there thinking that they either pick one or the other, and that's not the case. If you have a parent out there that wants to stay online the entire school year, they may do so. That's still an option for those parents. For those parents that opt to come back, then when we open up our buildings for them, but it's either or, not exclusive in staying in one track. They could do either one they wish.
Okay, are we giving the option to teachers as well, Dr. Mesa, where it's an option, or what are they having to do if they're not wanting to come back into the classroom?
So right now, our teachers have the option from right now up until September 8th. I think 8th is when we would need our teachers back. In terms of staffing, right now our teachers are, like I said, we do have some classes where the teachers are teaching directly from on campus. I can speak from our visits that we did last week. I think Borrego and the high school had quite a few teachers who were teaching from the classroom, who actually, they were set up and ready to go. So right now, the option is up to the teacher. However, when we bring students back, the way the schedules are set up, it's so that the teachers are able to teach both the online and the in-person students. Dr. Segovia, you want to speak to that?
Correct. Just to add that starting September 8th, we will need our teachers back simply because we do have 34% in our survey up to now of parents that are seeking to come back or seeking to send back our kids. And what we did is we mirrored our schedule so that whether you're at home or you're coming back to school, it's a smooth transition. It's a smooth transition for our kids and our parents and our teachers also as they receive the kids.
Did we do some kind of survey for our educators to see what the percentage was of them wanting to come back or not?
No, we have not.
Is that something that we could do? I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but I'd be very interested to know what educators, want to come back and which ones don't. I don't know, Ms. Jaques, I don't know what your take is on that.
Well, it just depends on how they're organizing and what they're requesting, or the state is requesting from each school district. And so they have these phases that they're setting up still. And maybe when it comes time, or if they want to be proactive and be ahead of who is going to be able to come back. I've been asked at work if I'll be teaching. Well, actually, we're all going to be out. But they're asking me if I want to be in my classroom doing the long distance learning that way, or be at home, and which I do prefer being at home.
So is that during the 3-week transition? Because
I was under the impression that this 4-week extension would be for our educators to be at home and not on campus, and then for our students to also be at home. So I don't know. I don't know.
It's like that. It is like that. The reason I got asked was because they're allowing us, if our technology at home isn't enough to be online with the kids, then I'm being asked to be in the classroom. But then when we get back, no discussion is around yet for if the state decides to open up, and that the kids or the families that are deciding to send the kids to school, that discussion isn't on the table for me as a teacher. So I don't know when they'll decide that.
But we can decide as a board today, correct, to not have any students until that waiver is up, right?
No, I think maybe Ms. Mata can clarify it, but I think the way I read the order is that we don't have that option, Ms. Garcia.
It could be up to the board, right?
Well, it could if you're gonna pay the teachers, but I guess if the district's gonna fund us, the state's saying that we need to meet certain criteria, and that criteria is that we have to have the school available for students that want to come in during that period that we're gonna get the waiver.
And then if we don't have students coming in, then we don't get funded. Is that what we're saying?
If we don't offer them the option, that's where you're mistaking. It's an option for them to come in or not. But let's say like we have 5 students that want to come in and we don't, then I could see that being a problem with the state as far as them issuing us funding because we're not complying with the law.
Yeah, and I'll chime in here, board members. My initial understanding of this extension was exactly what Ms. Garcia was speaking about right now. I do think that given the advice that Dr. Mesa Chavez has recently received from the Deputy Commissioner, and in conjunction with what you're reviewing in your board packet, it sounds to me like that additional 4 weeks allows you to keep kids' instruction virtual, subject to you all providing that option for in-person instruction. But I would be more comfortable seeking some additional guidance on your behalf, and I can contact TEA's legal division to make sure that everyone's on the same page. I think to be cautious tonight, the board should approve this 4-week extension because, you know, even if it's limited and it requires you to provide in-person instruction, it at least provides some additional safeguard for your students. But I would happily seek some additional guidance for the board from TEA's legal division.
Thank you.
And then in terms, in regards to the survey, I can speak to Ms. Cruz so that we can have a survey be sent out. But I will indicate that in terms of changing our staffing patterns for this year, that would actually be information that we would need to help us and how we staff next year, because we did not indicate, you know, this teacher, you're only going to teach online, this teacher, you're only going to teach in person, or you're going to teach, you know, right now, the way we have the schedules is it was made so that they're able to be fluid, where they're able to go to in-person and online and be able to do that. And so that's where we are with that.
Well, I bring up the survey because we do have I know a lot of teachers have children and they also go to school online. I know that previously we had indicated that maybe those teachers would be able to bring their kids on campus, but I don't know. I'm still not, I just feel, I know it's hard for everyone right now to make decisions like this, but I just feel that they should be given the option, you know, and maybe having that survey in place is a better idea.
Right, I agree. The only issue is that making any of those staffing changes based on those decisions, based on their anything other than it being a medical situation, it would put the district on not being able to operate. Let's just say, for example, we have a class where maybe you know, half the students want to be there in person because that's what their parents have chosen for them, but then the other half want to remain online. We don't have additional teachers to be able to say, okay, well, you're only going to do online, you're only going to be, and that's why the schedules were set up as such. Dr. Segovia, would you indicate any differently, or?
No, ma'am, that's correct. And it's also difficult to assign who would stay at home and who would come to work. We could definitely think about it, that's for sure. But at the top of my head right now, it'd be difficult to decide who would be a virtual teacher and who's an on-campus teacher. Who decides that and what comes into play there?
Dr. Mesa, I know that some of the legislators have sent out emails and surveys, and I actually had a conversation with one of them through email. Have they, is there any indication that the legislature might intervene and, waive all this stuff, or is it they're just kind of, playing it by ear also? 'Cause I haven't heard back from them, and they were very receptive of hearing what we thought, but then they're kind of like, they ghosted me, they disappeared.
Yeah, it's just tough. I know that I was in a meeting with one of the individuals, Mr. Hurd, and they there's not any decisions that they're sharing with us ahead of time that's helping us, and I think that's the difficult part for us. When we were going through the staffing for our district, our teachers, careful attention was paid to what are we going to do if some parents don't want to bring their kids or send their kids to school. And so we've had those conversations, but staffing wise, we're not prepared to, unless it's a medical situation, which I know Ms. Mata and Ms. Cruz have engaged in certain situations, that we would be able to not be able to operationally function providing the schooling for our kids. It's giving them that opportunity to be able to do both. That's the way we've kind of structured the schedules for all of our teachers.
Okay, no, I understand that. I mean, it must be pretty difficult, but I just thought maybe they reached out to you guys a little bit more than they would to an individual.
No, sir. I think, like I said, I've had a Representative Gonzalez. She sends out emails, but not anything that we're getting ahead of time from folks. And like I said, the only other one was Mr. Hurd, but I don't think we're privy to any more than I don't know. Maybe we were serving in office with them. I don't know.
No, I'm just, because I know they sent those emails, and one of them, Ms. Gonzalez, Mary Gonzalez, I think it's her name. She was very attentive, but then she just kind of disappeared. So I was like, okay, well, that's not nice.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Mirna. Sorry.
Have we looked into other options regarding the transportation?
Other options as far as
transporting when a student has a fever or has a temperature higher than 100?
Yes, and actually, Dr. Segovia and Mr. Martinez met about that, and that's going to be a change that is going to be done into the reentry plan. Either Mr. Martinez or Dr. Segovia, do you all want to speak to that?
Yes, so Mr. Martinez and I met and we looked at, and Nurse Rodriguez also was part of the conversation to help us look at this. And Mr. Martinez, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. I'm just using my memory. What we decided is to create a quarantine bus. So what happens if a student comes through and gets a reading higher than 100 degrees and has some symptoms and the parent is there, we're going to release to the parent to let them know to engage online. That's one option. The other one is if the child comes in with symptoms and a fever, however, the parent is not at the bus stop, we're going to call in, we're going to call dispatch, we're going to send a quarantine bus, pick up that student and take him back home. If we don't find the parent at home to release to the parent, then we're actually going to take the student back to the school, because they'll be escorted to an isolation room or a designated room to call parents to come pick up. Because at no point do we want our students to be out there unsupervised. And so that's how we address that with an additional bus that's going to be on standby to see if we need them, if we need them to come and help us out in case that situation arises. Mr. Martinez, did I get it right?
You hit it right on the head. You got it right.
I just want to say thank you for looking into it. I know as a parent, it's concerning when you have a student that has a temperature higher than 100 riding in the same bus with everybody, all the other students. So thank you so much for looking into other options.
You're welcome. This is, I think, where we're going to have to really need the support of the parents. because when they take temperatures at home, they should not even drop the kids off. But, you know, that's kind of where we are right now, and we'll continue to keep adjusting as needed.
And just in my opinion, I don't think anyone should be back on campus. So, and that's just me. I don't know about all of y'all, but I don't think anyone should be back on campus.
I think we would agree with you. The only other issue we need to identify is how we would get the funding as per TA and all of those things. So.
Dr. Mesa Travis, if I may very quickly, before you move on to the next agenda items, to Trustee Hernandez's point, no, Trustee Garcia's point, I will also look into the possibilities of there being another public health directive from city and county officials. What then? Will that take any sort of legal authority over the TEA guidance? There's been a lot of back and forth about that. And initially, when the city issued the directive that no students could return to school until after the Labor Day weekend, I know TEA eventually took the position that it'd be okay for school districts to follow that guidance, despite what the state is doing. I think that they've since gone back and forth on that. So I'm going to try and get some clarification from TEA's legal division as well on those points. And I'll certainly have that communicated to the board so that you're in the loop.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mata.
Sure.
Do we have any further discussion? Questions? No, if we don't have a further discussion, may I please have a motion on the floor?
I move that we approve.
I make a motion to approve the 4-week waiver as presented.
I'll second.
So motion by Ms. Garcia and a seconded by Ms. Jaques. Mr. Chavez?
Aye.
Ms. Jaques?
Aye.
Mrs. Garcia?
Aye.
Mrs. Hernandez?
Aye.
Mrs. Gon, myself, aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now proceed with item 7B, report on COVID-19 related expenditures incurred during FY20 and possible board action to attend the general fund budget for FY 2021 as a result of the ESSER grant. Presenter, Mr. Norberto Rivas, Chief Financial Officer, page 187 in our board book.
Good evening, Board President Licon, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mesa Chavez. The purpose of this report today is to kind of go over some of these COVID-19 related expenditures, and then I'm going to cover the ESSER grant and then a budget amendment into the fiscal year 21 budget, because they all kind of link together because of the timing. The reason why it's on the agenda this month is because the consent, the interim financial statements, we were reporting financial statements for the year ended and as of June 30th. And so you can actually see how the numbers on this report, you can find them on the actual financial statements. So with that said, I'm going to jump in on page 188. This slide, I previously presented it at the budget workshop. It kind of shows the amended budget, and then it kind of shows what the state did. So overall, the state gave us less state money, and they pretty much supplanted our funding with the federal funding they received. So overall, we were made whole in a sense, but we're made whole across two different funds. On the next page, on page 189, here is the actual detail to the ESSER grant. So the first box up top, it summarizes the budget by the object code: 6100 for payroll, 6200 for contracted services, 6300 for supplies. So that's kind of the way I submitted the grant: $260,000 in payroll, 665, 510, So total direct cost is $1,435,000, and then there's something called indirect cost. So indirect cost means I can keep a portion and recognize it as revenue in the general fund. So that is about 229,000. So that gets you your total of 1,665,000. The column to the right, for the purpose of the grant, there's something called pre-award costs, which means we were able to charge expenditures incurred from about mid-March when COVID-19 was official through the day of the application. So when I submitted the application, it was about $195,000 that I included as pre-award costs. Now, on the box right below it, here you'll see more detail to the top box. In the case of payroll, it's 4 teacher FTEs. I do want to note, because you'll see it a little bit later. So because of ABC, we were projecting to have about 15 surplus teachers. By the time the budget got adopted in mid-June, we had 8 surplus teachers. By the time I submitted the grant on July 1st or 2nd, we had 4 surplus teachers. And by the time school started, we had no more surplus teachers. And as I'll cover later, I decided to keep, instead of amending the grant and moving the $260,000 to a different object code, decided to keep it there and then just pull up 4 teachers into Fund 266. The next section, 6200, the object code, here you'll see the biggest chunk of the money is towards utility expenditures. As previously mentioned, they are allowing us to essentially supplant our 199 money, and that's an easy, it's an easy amount, an easy expenditure to move over. There's about $15,000 budgeted for plexiglass installation at the reception areas. And then the next group, the 6,300, this is where there's a lot of details. So we bought hotspots for students when all this began. And then you're going to see a note there to the right of it. So there's a new grant, a new fund that's going to come out, the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And essentially, in reviewing what I've seen so far, this item looks like it would be eligible for reimbursement through that grant. So the plan is to submit it. And as you can see on the note, if approved, we would be able to get 75% of it back. So essentially, the 25% of the $141,000 would have to be moved back into the general. But overall, we would get 75% of it back. So this is where it'll get tricky, because right now it shows that we have spent 141, but if it does get approved, then we would not have spent 141 in this fund. We actually would have spent 75% of the 141 in the new coronavirus relief fund and 25% into the 199. So that would be a decrease in fund balance a little bit, which I'll get to on another slide. The next couple of items just kind of shows you the detail as to what everything we've paid so far, shows you what the cost for all that kind of is. So with that said, let me jump over to the next page. On the next page, here I pulled the costs that you see from the pre-award column. So this is actually everything that we have spent on COVID-19. And that's where you'll see it's about $169,000 as of June 30th. This amount is what we have paid for non-payroll costs. The bottom box shows you the additional costs we incurred because of COVID-19 related to payroll costs. So because of the resolution calling for premium pay for the non-exempt staff that work, for example, the food service staff that were working during the closure, total cost as of June 30th was about $81,000. Because of the closure, exempt staff were brought in during spring break, which were days that they, I guess, did not have contracts. So that we paid about $22,000 in extra duty pay for them. And then for substitutes and temporary workers, we also incurred about $166,000 in payments to them because we continued to pay them their average wages. So if you add both of those together, it adds up to about $430,000. That's kind of the overall estimate as to what COVID-19, what the cost for COVID-19 was as of June 30th. On the following page, on page 191, here is where you'll see a note up top. It says it's Exhibit G1 from the financial statements. So what I have here is you have your amended budget, which is the first column. You have your actual amounts, which is the second column. And so towards the bottom middle of the screen, you'll see in red, negative $190,000. So as of when the financial statements were prepared, when this report was prepared, it looks like the general fund is losing about $190,000 in total. And I'm going to cover that because if you go to the next page, on page 192, here you'll see the amended budget broken down between Fund 101 and Fund 199. And so this is just a reminder that both of those funds are accounted for in the general fund. And so combined, the estimate is that there was a decrease of about $190,000 in fund balance. Now, on the next page here on page 193, excuse me, here you see on the top box, you see the food service fund only, and then same thing. So the green column is the amended budget, and then the little one that's orange, those are your actual amounts. So here you see that the food service fund, Fund 101, actually lost about $530,000. Biggest reason for it is because most of their revenues are tied to meals being served. The moment your schools got closed, we did not serve as many meals. And because of the closure, because of the guidance from TDA, we were able to operate. We were able to continue serving meals and operate through Fund 242, which is the next box, the middle one. That's the summer feeding program. So here you actually see the reverse, because you see almost a reverse in the sense that if you look for the green number, $327,000, this fund actually had a surplus, and they had a surplus because of the items noted. There was more flexibility. Parents, they were able to take to-go meals. Parents were able to pick up multiple meals at the same time, both breakfast and lunch. So combined, because both of these funds serve as a cluster, even though they're accounted for in Fund 101 and Fund 242, the combined effect is at the bottom, where it shows negative 530,000 in one fund, positive 327,000 in the other fund, shows you an actual net effect of a net loss of about $200,000. Fortunately, the food service program had been operating so well that there was a high fund balance, and so that fund balance of $812,000, I mean, it's $610,000 is still projected to be there by the end of the year. On the following page, pretty much doing the same thing, but here it's only for Fund 199. And so here, if you look at the column under actual amounts, towards the middle, it's in green, it says $331,000. So revenues are projected to exceed expenditures by about $331,000 in Fund 199. So when you combine this 331 with the negative $530,000 from the page before, that gives you the negative 190 from the very, very beginning. So the point of these slides was just to kind of show the actual effect. And then on this page too, if you look at the variance under state sources, 5,800 state sources, towards the top, if you go all the way to the right to the last column, you see a variance of about $1.5 million. That is the variance between the budget and the actual, right? And most of it is because of the $1,665,000 in less state revenues because of the way the state is accounting for the ESSER grant. We did we did have a lot of expenditures that went unspent, and some of those examples, as noted, includes less utility usage, less bus fuel consumption, less money being spent for supplies, less extra duty pay. Um, for example, the comp ed allotment pays for after school and Saturday extra duty pay, and that's usually it's heavy in the spring, but because of the closure, a lot of that money went unspent. On the following page, I get into a little bit more detailed into these state allotments because of the fact that that there's a requirement called mandated spending. So if you look at the screen up top, it says number one. This is taken from an FAQ document. Essentially, TA is saying we should, even though we were closed, we should try to spend the 55%. And they're pretty much saying that they're going to look into it later on once they see where everybody kind of fell. So the way those are calculated, it's that first section where it says tier one allotment. So depending on the student demographic, we get funded differently. There's different multipliers. So essentially, the numbers that you see there is the estimate based on the attendance data that I had at the time. And then to the right of that, you see three columns: mandated spending, current expenditures, and then over or short. So as an example, for the comp ed allotment, 5,191,459. So if you take that number times 55%, it gives you a mandated spending target of 2,855,302. Currently, we have 2,851,758, which means I'm short like $3,000 in comp ed expenditures. Would have easily made it had there been more tutoring or whatnot. So that's kind of the way those numbers work. And then if I go down towards the middle of the page where you see the green text, so the total of the tier one allotments is about $29 million. Total state aid is that 31,435,313. Now that one is comprised of two object codes, two different account numbers, which is right below that. One of them says the Foundation School Fund, and the other one's called the Available School Fund. So you add them both together, and that's how we get the total state aid of 31,435. Now you go down to the next section. What I'm doing there, I'm showing the total state aid less the ESSER funding that we received, means that we're actually going to get state funding that gets recorded in the general fund, 29,769,628. And then the bottom part shows you the amended budget for those two object codes, and then the projected amount, so it shows you a variance of $1.6 million. So had the ESSER grant not been, had COVID not happened and had the ESSER money not been received, the total projected amount would have been closer to the $31 million, and we would not have had the variance. So the point of this is just to show the budget looks like it's off by $1.6 million, but it's off by $1.6 million because of the way TA is accounting for the ESSER grant. Now that's going to lead into the next page, page 196. Here we have our actual budget for this year, the general fund. And once again, I break out Fund 101 and Fund 199. And on page 197, I'm only pulling the column for Fund 199. So here you'll see, this is the actual proposed budget amendment. So the $754,000 under function 11, this is what I mentioned earlier. There was 8 surplus teachers by the time the budget was adopted. By the time the ESSER grant was submitted, there was only 4 surplus teachers. Now there's no more surplus teachers, but because I already have 4 positions approved in the grant, I'm asking that we amend the budget by the $494,000, 333, plus the $260,000 for a total of $754,000. Under function 23 and function 31, that's denoted in green. It's a proposed budget amendment of $80,000, decreasing function 23 by $80,000, and decreasing function 31 by $75,000 for 2 positions that were cut. Under function 33, you see a cut of $70,000, and this money was allocated for the entrance scanners and non-contact thermometers. It was included in Fund 199 because the ESSER grant had not yet been approved. So if we needed the money to make the purchases, it was going to be out of the 199 at the beginning with the intention of changing it over to Fund 266. And so that's why that's being recommended, a recommended decrease. And then the last one is in function 51. This is a utility cost. So the $650,000 that was seen earlier in utilities, that's what that is. Now, at the very bottom of the Fund 199 amended, you see a figure of $768,000 with an arrow pointing to the 910,000. Essentially, what that means is the budget right now, as of when the report was made, has a surplus of about $768,000. That surplus by the end of the year needs to be closer to $910,000 because in the following year, we have to reabsorb the 4 teachers and we have to reabsorb $650,000 in utility costs in the 199. So in order to do so, I pretty much will need additional cuts. And then one of those cuts is noted in highlighted under function 52. It says a future amendment in SRO costs because of the COPS grant. So our share is going to be 25% for the first 3 years of the SROs, meaning I have more money than I'm going to need in function 52. The sheriff's office is working on the updated interlocal agreement. So once we receive it, I'll be bringing in a budget amendment as well to do that. In doing so, the expenditure amount under function 52 would be smaller, which means that the $768,000 figure, the surplus, would be larger, getting us closer to the $910,000. But there's a kicker, and the kicker is up top under state sources. So this is based on enrollment. A future amendment will be brought to the board based on enrollment. We did lose more students this summer than we did last summer. So we did lose more students than what the budget holds. I'm estimating the number to be about $1 million. It's going to be about $1 million. So I'll be bringing in another amendment possibly next month to reduce projected revenues, and then I'm also going to bring another to try to offset the $1 million because of less students. We'll need additional budget cuts to expenditures. Just like I mentioned, the issue with the surplus teachers, we're actually working on reconciling teachers because there's actually been more teachers more positions that went unfilled. So there is some savings. So the $1 million sounds like a lot, but based on additional attrition and additional positions that were not filled because the students did not show up, I'm thinking that maybe half of that $1 million has already been found because of that. I'll give you an example. At Loya, we had, because of HB3, classrooms were staffed with aides, right? And so because of COVID-19 and declining enrollment, we actually did not fill 2 teaching positions at Loya, which also means we have 2 surplus aides at Loya, right? So as those individuals get placed where they're needed, that's 4 positions right off the back at Loya that went unfilled, and so the money's there, and that's easy. It's easy to cut those because there's nobody in the position. So with that said, this is my proposed budget amendment for the fiscal year 21 adopted budget. I can answer any questions the board may have.
The floor is open for discussion. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns? No, if not, may I entertain this is just a report. No impossible board action to the general fund. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the budget amendment as presented, item 7B.
I second, and thank you, Beto.
Thank
So
you.
we have, thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Jaques, seconded by Mrs. Hernandez to accept item 7B as presented. Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Jaques?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
And Ms. Licon, myself, aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll now proceed to item 7C, consider and take action on TASB delegate and alternative designation. Presenter Board of Trustees, page 198 in our board book. Ms. Jaques last year was our representative and Ms. Hernandez was my alternate. And thank you, Ms. Hernandez, for representing us, our district on the LAC committee. And I was wondering if we could consider, or you would consider either Mr. Chavez or Ms. Garcia, either one of you, taking the lead on this delegate assembly. It would be held on October the 3rd. One could be the alternate and the other one could be the actual delegate.
I make a motion that we accept Ms. Michelle. And Mr. Chavez.
Well, I'll be the alternate. I just wanted to let you guys know, unfortunately, I'll be on vacation on October 4th.
Con más ganas.
There you go. While you're on vacation,
Is it virtual or do you have to attend?
it'll be virtual.
Yeah, if it's virtual, I have no problem. I'll do it from my vacation.
I make a motion that Ms. Garcia is the our TASB delegate for 2020 and Mr. Chavez be the alternate.
Oh,
Second.
Yay, Ms. Verna.
Where's Miss Garcia?
There you go.
Y'all are the newbies.
Is she there? Is she okay? Are you okay with it, Ms. Garcia?
yes.
There you are. Okay, there you go. You were voluntold, huh?
I always got voluntold, so no worries.
There you go. I think it happens to all of us.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much.
You're gonna love it. It's wonderful. Actually, it's a good learning experience.
Yes, it is.
So I made a motion and Ms. Verna is like,
Okay, so we do have it on the floor. So Ms. Vasquez and Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jaques?
aye.
Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Licon? Aye. Yes, so motion carries. There we go. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, item 7D, discussion and possible board action on securing a date for the Team of 8 training. Presenter Board of Trustees and Dr. Jeannie Mesa Chavez, Superintendent, page 200 in our board book. Okay.
Just to note, President Licon, that October 3rd, because the TASB Delegate Assembly is that day, that option is no longer available for the Team of 8 training.
Yes. It'll be I believe it's the 29th, 20, you know what? I had it on my phone.
The weekend of 23, 24, and 25.
But the
actual TASB?
But the actual delegate assembly is on the 3rd.
Oh, like totally separate from the actual.
I'm assuming they're gonna do it, since it is virtually, they're probably gonna do it separately so they can attend. Yes. So the 3rd would definitely be out of the question. But I was thinking, how does the 26th, so we can get it out of the way? How does it could be one of the first trainings, and if we could do it on September the 26th.
Oh.
They're all Saturdays in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so surprised. I wouldn't be able to do the 26th of September, but I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind doing it on the 24th of October. I'm sorry.
Which 24th of October?
Aren't they like 4 hours long or something like that?
Or we can do it on the, I mean, I don't know when you guys want to do it, but
It's not on
We
there.
could do it a weekday and do it maybe on a Thursday or Wednesday, which would be not the 26th, September. We would have to check with Ms. Alonso. Let me see, hold on, sweetheart. So in September, not the 26th, but how about the 23rd? Would that work for you all? September the 23rd? Being again that remember Wednesday through Saturdays are the best days for Mr. Madrid as well to attend because this does have to be a team of 8.
Ms. Licona, I know that I asked for too much, but on that week I'm on call, so I mean, I have no problem attending, but if I get a phone call, I have to leave.
Yeah,
What the 19th, Saturday the 19th?
Saturday the 19th would be fine.
But it has to be after September. The dates would have to be September 26th or after the 26th. So we would have to go backwards.
Well, we can do it on the 30th, the last day of September.
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Jeannie.
I just, is there a conflict with the 19th? Did they indicate that we couldn't on the 19th? I think we put the dates on.
Are we talking about August or September? Which month?
September the 19th.
No, the 19th is fine for me, but I think Ms. Licon said that it had to be after the 26th.
See, that was my understanding, but if we can do it the 19th, that'll work perfectly.
Oh, here are the dates I proposed, September.
Yeah, these are the proposed dates. And I thought maybe they had secured them with Ms. Haloma, but if there really isn't, you know, if we could do it the 19th, September the 19th, that would even work best. And it is still within the timeframe of Mr. Madrid.
So I'll reach out to the region to see if we're able to do it on the 19th. Is there a second date that you could give us if we can't get the 19th?
What about the 30th, like Mr. Chavez had suggested, Wednesday, the 30th of September?
Okay, that could work too.
Okay.
September 30th?
Mm-hmm.
It appears that Ms. Haloma's available those dates, but we had just to put the Saturday dates.
Okay, so Mr. Chavez, which one works best for you, the 19th or the 30th?
The 30th is the fun.
The 30th works best. How about the rest of you?
The 30th works for me.
Okay, Ms. Garcia?
Yes, that's fine.
See, Ms. Jaques?
That's fine.
Okay, so then we can put this in September the 30th. Now, the timeframes, 8:30 to 11:30 or 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Well, those are the times if it were on a Saturday.
Oh, if
So
it were
this
on a
would have
Saturday,
to be
that's right.
Correct.
have to be starting at the time that
The afternoon.
the meetings like at 5:30 or.
That's right.
But these
That's right.
the training is 3 hours long.
Yes.
And that would be a board meet that we'd have to check with Ms. Haloma, her time frame as well, Dr. Jeannie.
Mm-hmm.
3:30 to 6:30. That way we all go home early.
No, como que 3:30, I'm a teacher.
Don't be online instructing.
I don't get out until 4:15.
Ish.
No, 4:15.
60. Okay, so how about if we can secure the date and then the time, would we be flexible with the time after 4:30, 4:45 to give you time to kind of just unwind and get yourself mentally ready for a 3-hour training? Yes? Okay, could that be done, Dr. G? Could we just secure the date and then, you know, depending on Ms. Haloma's time frame, go back and hopefully get something after 4:35 maybe?
Okay, and then I can have I can have Christine while we're continuing with the rest of the items. If not, first thing tomorrow, we'll check with the region on that.
I'll send her an email right now, Dr. Jeannie.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christine. Sorry, just got all my papers confused. Within with this, we can just do the date, right? The time would be, we didn't have
Determined.
For 5:30. Did, on the time frame, Ms. Licon, did you all want 5 or 5:30?
if we could do 5 to 8.
Okay.
I think
All
that
right. We'll follow up.
so we
and-
can Ms. Jaques enough time to kind of unwind and, and it's more within the time frame of everyone.
Okay.
Okay, and we did say it was gonna be September the 30th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
September 30th. Let me note that over here, September 30th. Okay, and can we please have a motion on the floor to accept September 30th for the Team of 8 training?
I move to accept the date of September 30th for the Team of 8 training.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. A second. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Ms. Hernandez for item 7D, seconded by Ms. Jaques. Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jaques?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Licon, myself, aye. Okay, motion carries. We'll now proceed to item 7E, discussion and possible action to authorize administration and legal counsel to prepare and submit letter to Commissioner Mike Morath regarding ongoing concerns about COVID-19 related disruption to district operations, student instruction, and STAR testing and accountability rating for the 2020-2021 school year. Presenter will be the Board of Trustees. Begins on page 202.
Can we go back to our last item for a little bit?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm just noticing that our item 8F says TASBA convention, CASA TASB, is virtual September 30 through October 2nd.
Okay, and then, but the actual delegate assembly is on the 3rd. Look under delegate assembly, that'll be the
Okay.
next day. The 3rd. See, I think that like.
I
like we
just
said-
saw the dates for that.
Thank you. So it was September, what? September?
September 30 through October 2nd.
Oh. Okay, now I get what you're saying, and then that's when we would have the Team of 8 training, if we decide to attend the TASA TASB. Ah, good catch. There you go.
Just FYI, and see what other.
So do we want to, I guess maybe, Ms. Mata, do they, I guess maybe, do we ask them for a second date? Because I know
I
they.
don't think we needed to vote on it. We just set it up.
But we would need a second date from you all as an alternate date if because I haven't seen and I have not seen the schedule that they're gonna have, but if you all are gonna be attending the trainings throughout the day, I don't know that you would want to be in an additional 3-hour training for Team of 8. Well, I'm thinking that, I don't know. You all tell me.
I'm okay with it because you always have time. But I don't know if Miss.
Well, I don't know what the schedule is. I'm just noticing the dates, so.
I don't know. Yeah, because we would probably need to be there. Are you all planning to attend the whole convention, the TASB convention?
I think I'm working.
But if we get selected as the top 5, we would have to be there.
Oh, me?
Just putting
I
it
was
out
gonna
there.
say that, Ms. Licon. I didn't want to
Just
pressure
putting
them.
it out there, senor. Modestly saying.
Ms. Garcia, I'll take care of it. Uh,
Okay,
Why don't we just stick to the dates here? Let's do the 31st.
31st?
October 31st?
Yeah. Are you guys
There's no
gonna go
Halloween
trick-or-treating?
this year.
Halloween is canceled, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So then,
What's wrong with the 10? October 10.
I'm back on a different page. Because we have a team of 8. When is the election for the city of San Elizario?
Until November.
Oh, it's until November.
The 3rd, I think.
Yeah, it's the 3rd. It's the 3rd.
Okay. So then the 10 works. We can do the 10. Would that be for everybody?
Aren't you on vacation, Eddie?
Oh, that's right. Eddie's on vacation. Never mind. How about the 17th then?
He's on vacation the 3rd, no?
I start my vacation on the 3rd.
He's gonna take like a whole month off.
I'm taking the whole intercession off.
Oh. Okay, there you go. So will you be back by the 17th, October 17th?
I'll be back. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can do the 17th, Ms. Licon.
Okay.
Where are you gonna go? It's COVID.
Oh, I'm on call, remember, but I'll make it happen. I'll just work it in.
No. If not, if you can't do the 17th, then let's stick to the 31st. How about the
That's fine, 'cause
31st?
it'll be from 8:30 to 11:30, right? Is that what we're gonna do it?
Yes, we can do that time. But if you're on call, that takes precedence. So why
Yeah,
don't
but
we just,
usually I don't get called during the mornings. I get called in like at 2, 3 in the morning and like in AM. So as long as that's fine, I'll make it happen for the 17th.
sure, you just don't want to wait till the 31st and we can be more 100% because we do need the team of 8.
Yeah, I can do the 17th. I'll commit myself to it. I'll get somebody to cover me.
Okay, so then 17th with everyone else, would that be okay? Michelle, Irene, and Signa, would that be okay?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, so we're not committing then to October the 17th. Okay. Okay. We didn't need a vote on that, right? Just needed a date.
30 or 9?
No, October the 17th, Saturday, October the 17th. The 3rd will be the delegate assembly.
30 or 9? 8:30 or 9?
Oh, I'm sorry, 8:30.
The morning.
8:30 to 11:30. Would that be okay? Or you guys want the 9 to 12? To me, it doesn't matter, Lou. There's a difference, but again, whatever you all like, whatever you all prefer.
I'm okay with whatever time.
What do you think? 8:30? Okay, we'll do 8:30 to 11:30. Because we're really gonna cut it short. 8:30 to 9:30, we're done. 8:30 to 11:30. Okay, 3-hour training, team of 8. No action is needed, right? Or
Was there a previous motion?
There was, so we'll have to take that one back.
Yeah, if you don't mind, you can also amend your motion. Maybe if you can entertain a motion to revisit this item, and let me go back to it, just to be as formal as possible. A motion to revisit agenda item 7D for action.
Okay, so we'll need a motion to.
And then after that?
And then after that, a motion to approve the, what was it, October 17 board training date?
We don't have to rescind or anything like that?
The previous, well, because we did have a motion.
If you want to instead just motion to amend previous board action to change the date to October 17.
Okay, so can we do that? Can we go ahead and Revisit
So
7D.
I like,
Take,
actually not revisit, but amend.
amend.
I make a motion that we amend item 7D date that was chosen and voted on from September
30th.
30 to October 17.
I second.
Okay, so again, it's still Ms. Jaques and then seconded by Ms. Hernandez. Okay, Mr. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Jaques,
Aye.
Ms. Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez,
Aye.
and Ms. Licon, aye. Motion carries. Here we go. Whew. Okay, item 7E. Discussion and possible action to authorize administration and legal counsel to prepare and submit letter to Commissioner Mike Morath regarding ongoing concerns about COVID-19 related disruptions to district operations, student instruction, and STAR testing and accountability rating for the 2020-2021 school year. Present Board of Trustees, page 202 in our board book. Okay. This one, Ms. Garcia, would you like to take the lead on this one?
Sure. Thank you, President Licon. The reason I made the request was because I am concerned that our students will be prepared for the STAR test, giving us bad accountability ratings. I know that during the pandemic, they already have an array of concerns, students, I say, and educators about, you know, how the school year is going to go, if they're going back to school, you know, with everything going on. I know a lot of the students also have, you know, have issues with parents unemployed, maybe having to relocate. We don't know what the conditions are in the home. With that being said, I know that Governor Greg Abbott had waived the requirement for 5th grade and 8th grade, I believe, to go on to the next grade based on STAR testing results. In my opinion, and I only speak for myself when I say that, STAR testing to me is flawed. I don't think it measures our teachers accurately, and I don't think it gives them the best result on the work that they do. And during a pandemic, I think it would only add on to that stress, especially for our students. So this is why I requested it. Any other input from my colleagues would be welcome. I just think that our students don't need the stress, and although temporary, and it would be a temporary thing, it's needed right now in these times. So if anybody else would like to voice their opinions, that would be awesome. But yes.
I actually want to say that I agree that the STAR test would put more pressure and, you know, stress onto the teachers, just like the students. I've seen it with my own children. So I agree.
Yes, and I do believe that we've had a learning loss already, you know, being that the kids were out, the students were out for several months prior to the school year ending, the summer slide, that they do end up always, you know, having that downgrade, the safety and the health of our students. And, you know, I would like to add a part to it too, where, you know, I would like to urge TA to let each district have their own accountability measure, because we do, you know, we know what's happening within our own district, our own dynamics. You know, and there was one time that we were at an 86, you know, percent, you know, through our rating, went up to an 89. I'm almost sure this, you know, if we had been testing, we would have hit the A. But then again, all this happened, and speaking for myself, that's the part that I would like to add, that we would urge TA to perhaps let each district have their own accountability measure. That would be my statement to add as well. Ms. Jaques, Mr. Chavez?
I think you've all said it all. I don't have anything to add to it. I'm just in agreement.
Thank you. Mr. Chavez?
No, I don't have anything else to add, Mr. Cole.
So, well, should we, like the recommendation states here to,
I would
is to have,
Yes, I would like to entertain the motion. If that's okay, President Licon?
yes, ma'am, so motion to, and your motion is, Marecita?
My motion is to authorize administration and legal counsel to prepare and submit a letter to Commissioner Mike Morath regarding ongoing concerns about COVID-19 related disruptions to district operations, student instruction, and sector testing for the 2020-21 school year.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Garcia, seconded by Ms. Jaques. Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jaques?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Licon? Aye, motion carries and motion carries. So we will be submitting our contributions to the superintendent so they can have more guidance as to what the letter will be, what the letter will state, correct? Okay.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for that.
Okay. And then, so we will now proceed with item 7F, I'm sorry. Discussion and possible action to approve continuation of 2020-21 supplemental duty stipends amid COVID-19 disruption to student activities, page 203 in our board book. And the presenter.
It's going to be Ms. Cruz, kind of a tag team with Ms. Legal Counsel Mata.
And if you don't mind, Dr. Mesa Chavez, I'd like to begin and allow Ms. Cruz to jump in if she'd like.
Absolutely.
Or if I miss anything. But this item, board members, you may recall, was visited initially a few board meetings ago. And the issue was whether the district would be paying supplemental duty stipends despite any of the COVID-19 disruptions to student activities, whether that's sports or some other extracurricular activity. And the board seemed inclined to continue those payments despite any disruptions or postponements of sports seasons. And so back then I told you that in order to do something like that, continue making payments when you're not in return receiving the same level of working hours or duties, then that would need to be addressed in some sort of resolution or board action. And the issue for the district is obviously trying to avoid a gift of public funds. So you cannot just give an individual money in exchange for nothing. And I'm not saying that the employees wouldn't be doing anything, but given the circumstances with COVID-19, it looks like there's going to be a modification to duties. There may be idle work time. And so what I am proposing to the board tonight is not so much a board resolution, but some sort of board action that would approve continued payment subject to the following three findings. And these three findings meet the legal test. In order to find someone with a monetary gift, then you need to make sure that in exchange you're receiving a public benefit of some sort. And so these are the proposed findings that I'm recommending to the board, if you will. Give me a second here. So during the June 15, 2020 board meeting, the Board of Trustees expressed interest in considering payment of stipends, regardless of any changes, cancellations or disruption of student sports and activities due to COVID-19 during the 2020-2021 school year. And in support of the board's wishes, these are the following findings that you would need to act upon tonight. Number one, that continued compensation of all supplemental stipends, despite the COVID-19 disruptions, serves the public purpose of maintaining the morale of both participating employees and students, would ensure retention of staff throughout the school year, and would facilitate any alternative continuity of student participation, such as virtual activities. Number two, that the district would retain sufficient control over this compensation through periodic review and record keeping to ensure that these public purposes are met. And finally, number three, that the district will ensure it receives a return benefit in exchange for continued compensation of all supplemental stipends this school year. And so what's being recommended to you all is that you approve these findings and approve continuation of supplemental duty stipends despite the COVID-19 disruptions.
And board trustees, if I may also add, I know I have Ms. Cruz and I know Ms. Jacks have already communicated. Our coaches have continued to provide guidance in terms of their athletic participation and coaching. They've done that virtually. That information has been communicated from, way early on. Ms. Cruz, can you speak to that so that the board has a further clarification?
Yes, good evening, Ms. Bon, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Mesa Chavez. That is correct. When we met initially, when this item came about back in June, we met with coaches and we let them know that's something that Ms. Jacks has been communicating as well. And I'm sure you've seen social media where they are holding those virtual sessions with students. So in essence, that will continue to be the expectation to the extent possible. Of course, we never know. Everything changes every day nowadays. So the expectation is that there will be a form of virtual class or practice, if you may, should those sports be canceled. I don't know if Ms. Jacks wants to add anything else.
So what do you need exactly in the motion to say?
I couldn't find the unmute button.
No.
So, yeah, no, the coaches, as a matter of fact, I was online in Coach DeRosa's volleyball class this afternoon, and once you work out, do those exercises, they tired me out. But Coach DeRosa's kept up with them. So I'm gonna have to start doing the workouts with them. So, and all the coaches have their plans in place.
President Licon, I have a comment to make. And once again, I would like to reiterate that coaches are more than their stipend. Coaches are there for moral support, and more than ever right now, our students need that mental help. They keeping moving, keeping them physical. It's awesome. I know that my two boys are both in football, and the coaches are constantly on that virtual thing, just getting, hey, let's go, let's keep moving, let's work out, and they have them up early. So I do support this, and I just want everybody to know, more than ever, we need our coaching staff. So thank you all so much for working on this.
Anyone else?
I share that same sentiment. I believe the coaches here in San Eli do an awesome job, and it's they're not just coaches on their season, they're coaches year round, and they deserve to be compensated as such.
Okay, with that said, then may we please have a motion on the floor to approve the continuation of the 2020-2021 supplemental duty stipends.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right, I wanted direction first from legal. What do you needed to say?
Sure, board members, my recommendation as far as the motion is a motion to approve continued supplemental stipend payments for this school year based on the factual findings discussed.
I'd like to make that motion, Ms. Licon.
We need to word it out. We need to say that motion.
And the factual findings.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve continuation of 2020-2021 supplemental duty stipends, coaching stipends amid COVID-19 based on factual findings.
I second.
Very good.
Hernandez, thank you. Okay, so you have a motion on the floor for item 7F. Ms. Garcia, seconded by Ms. Hernandez.
President Licon, one question for clarification from myself, from legal counsel. These supplemental duty stipends, my understanding, are inclusive of coaches, but also include possibly other employees that are not coaches.
That is correct.
I'm assuming it would be probably
The academic stipends for UIL, any supplemental duties.
So what I would recommend is that the motion not name
coaching
specifically, so that it's all encompassing of any employee who has a supplemental duty stipend for student activities.
Okay, you have to say it again, Samantha?
Yeah, and the motion is just to approve supplemental duty stipends for this year based on the factual findings discussed.
Okay, here we go again. So I make a motion to approve stipends amid for the school year 2020-2021 based on the factual findings.
Do we have to say supplemental or no?
Supplemental duty stipends.
Yeah, supplemental duty stipends.
I second.
Hold on, I'm still writing that down.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion on the floor by Ms. Garcia, seconded by Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jaques?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia?
She said aye, but.
Oh, okay. Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
And Ms. Licon? Aye. Motion carries. My internet's really coming in and out.
No, I heard it also. That's why I helped you out.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So then motion did carry. Item 8, reports, information, and presentations. Item 8A, mission progressing together parent meetings. Presenter with Ms. Flor Sanchez, district parent liaison, and Dr. Jeannie Mesa Chavez, superintendent. It'll begin on page 204 in our board book.
President Licon and Board of Trustees, on this item is just basically to give you the dates. The September 8th that's highlighted, that is the meeting that we will coordinate with you all, kind of similar the way you did it when you did it in person, that you had a chance to talk to the community. We would figure out how to do breakout rooms so that we can still have the same thing but online. So we just wanted to make you aware of that, and we're gonna proceed with the virtual meetings at this point until further notice. I don't have anything else on this item unless you all have questions.
I would like to see who would be willing to commit so we can start preparing for that September 8th meeting. And it is at 9 a.m. If there are any other board members, I'm willing to commit to that meeting.
Same
here.
Okay, so we have Ms. Garcia, Ms. Hernandez, and Ms. Licon. Okay, just so we can start coordinating and start, working with Dr. Mesa Chavez and the team on that presentation.
And just so you know, we are all of the meetings we're posting of them as official meetings for you all, just to be on the safe side in case we do have quorum. So Ms. Christine already knows to have those posted for each one of those dates indicated.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a question. Are they being posted on social media as well?
Yes, we actually, there were, I know Horacio's on, but there's been coordination between Ms. Flor and Sir Horacio on communicating this out. So there'll be a call out, and I think there's even a newsletter going out on them regarding this information as well, or there has been already.
Dr. Mesa, this is Horacio. Just want to fill in. We've sent out a call out. It was only geared towards parents. We didn't want to put it out there for social media because we didn't want any unauthorized people to join the meeting if they weren't from the community. So we just sent out the link, and we sent out the emails, and we sent out the all calls for parents only.
It makes sense. Thank you so much, Horacio.
You're welcome.
Dr. Mesa?
Yes.
I know that there's only two meetings, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. I know that we did that because, sometimes a lot of the parents don't show up to all the meetings, but being that they're virtual, if we see that we have enough, I don't know if we would want to do maybe two more in the afternoon. What do you think?
I think that wouldn't be a bad idea, but I think we need to see how our attendance in the morning is going, because when we did have it, when it was in person, we didn't have, but of course, if we see that the demand is out there, and I'll work with Ms. Flor and our other parent liaison at GEMS, Ms. Santa, to identify if any of the parents would like more of this information. One of the things that we talked about, because we do have a team that we meet to pre-plan on the topics and the different things we're going to be going through, is to to identify perhaps maybe even recording the sessions so that we can have individuals be able to go back and see it. So that's surely something we can do and adjust as needed.
Maybe we can, I know that when we have board meetings on YouTube, we can go back to the board meeting and view it. Maybe we can do something like that so they can review it, you think?
Yeah, I think so. More on the technical part of Horacio, that's something we could do. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. We can do something like that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, anything else anybody would like to comment? Nope. With that, we'll move on to item 8B, discussion and information regarding return to play. Presenter, Ms. Christine Jacks, Athletic Director, 206 in our board book.
Good evening once again, President Lacon, board members, Superintendent Dr. Judy Mesa Chavez. I put this memo in here because I've been attending a lot of athletic director meetings from all around the state and all our local. And these questions are coming up about how we're going to return to play. UIL is telling us that we can start back. They had said 1A through 4A could start August the 3rd, and then 5, 6A in September, but because we're shut down by county rules, we've moved back, so we can't start till after Labor Day, just like the other districts in our area. So we have gone and we've redone all of our schedules. We're still trying to finalize some of them, and we are looking at having the kids back playing. UIL has told us, because we are going to be virtual at the beginning, UIL has stated that we do have the ability to bring them in even though they are doing virtual, which would mean I've talked to transportation about possibly when they're virtual. 8th period is an athletic period. We send some buses out at 8th period to pick them up, bring them in, they do their workouts, and then we have the activity bus to take them home. Or they get a ride from their parents. We encourage them to have the parents bring them as much as possible because that limits contact. We would continue doing what we did for summer workouts. They get there, we take their temps. We have put a form on rank 1, which is where we track our athletes, where they can go in and fill out the COVID-19 pre-screen form, and then we can keep track of it in rank 1. So we have that. And then, because I was really pleased. We were there for 3 weeks, and we were doing very well. The kids were awesome, following the rules, doing what they needed to. But when we get ready to start playing, these are some of the other questions that all the districts are trying to answer. And I wanted to get your feedback on your thinking, how you feel, which direction would you like us to go, so that when we start meeting we're having a meeting tomorrow, where we're coming from. I'm looking at, if like with the band, a lot of the districts are saying their bands are not going to travel to away games. They would only be at home games. Some of them are saying they're not going to use a full band. They're just going to make like pep bands, because music is not going to be competing this year. They've already decided that. But they could still go. They could still be at the home games, but with a smaller pep band, because you need to monitor the number of people. The cheer team, the same thing. Are we going to send a bus? And that's another thing that I'll bring up further down the line there. Are we going to let the cheerleaders travel with the teams? Are we going to keep them only for home games? The dance team, the same thing. Fans in the stand. Are we going to let fans come to our games? I've got, at the last AD meeting, I've got Anthony I.S.D., Clint I.S.D., Harmony, and Loretto right now that are saying they're not letting any fans at all come to anything. They're going to go totally virtual with their and live stream. Some of the other districts are now looking at maybe the first 2 weeks not having fans, just to kind of see how they can get it going. Homecoming. I know homecoming, and they all were laughing at me, but homecoming is a big thing. And I talked to Miss Marioni about homecoming, and we were, how can we do it? It's tentatively scheduled for October the 23rd. We will be playing Fabens that night. Ms. Lozano has already started looking at virtual pep rallies, different activities that they can do virtually. But at the night of the game, Ms. Marioni, we were trying to come up with ways to how we could maybe at least bring the court in to the game or something like that. So we still would have to work out those details. Another big thing that keeps coming up is concessions. How are we going to do concessions? One AD was suggesting everything be cooked ahead of time, prepackaged. Make sure you keep your dollar amounts in dollars, $1, $2, no 50 cents, no 75. One even suggested bring a credit card. It's like, we're not in East Texas. We're not bringing credit cards to the concession stand. I'm like, I don't think so. But those are some options. And I've been thinking about that as well. And when we're looking at fans in the stands, we can only bring in 50% capacity for the bleachers. Mr. Tata and Officer Placencia and I, we walked the home side bleacher of the football stadium. With social distancing, we can only put approximately 120 people in those bleachers on the home side. You bring in the band, the dance team, that's even less seats available for the public, because you have to separate them out from everybody else. So that decreases the amount of people. So when you start looking at that, I don't even know, because the numbers are going to be small, how much you're going to make off of concession stands. So that may be something we need to rethink how we do it. I'm just kind of like, I'm looking for suggestions. Transportation. In talking with Mr. Martinez and with Dexter, we have to limit the number of kids on the bus. So you have 40 boys on the football team, you can only put 12 on a bus. So how many more buses are you going to need to transport them? So it's going to increase the cost of the buses. But if you don't take anybody else but the team themselves, and who's essential for that game, that would make up for some of the buses. If we're not going to take the dance team, and we're not going to take the band and the cheer to the away games, we use those buses to spread the team out. That's a possibility. Again, to and from school, if they're still virtual, we would have to somehow, I was thinking during summer school, I would have 4 buses. I would have 2 run the north side of Dakota Road, and I would have 2 on the south side. And they would make the district and bring the kids in for summer school. I don't know if we could do something like that. And Mr. Martinez and Dexter are awesome, and we're trying to come up with a solution on how we can do the transportation. Live streaming, I'm gonna save that for a little bit later. Selling tickets. A lot of the districts have virtual electronic ticketing. They use tickets, and Socorro uses Ticket Spicket. I think El Paso's using hometown ticketing. There's some different ones out there. That would help us monitor the number of tickets. Once we decided how many we're going to sell, do we give them to the senior kids, the 2 to each senior player, so their parents can come in? That's a possibility, but then you have to look, by the time you bring football, I say it's football teams. You give each football player 2 tickets, and then you have to bring all the cheerleaders and the dance and the band kids 2 tickets. So it's a lot to think about. How do we control the social distancing once they're in the stands? We have most of the security is out in the parking lot and in different areas where we would need them probably more in the stands to make sure people are separating. And there's several different ways to set up the stands. You can do groups of 4 and then 6 feet. So, because if you want to make a family, so that has to be determined as well. Is how we're going to group them in the stadium. District passes, we give district passes. Most are not even going to use those this year because they want to limit the number of people coming in for free, and it's easier to keep track of. And even when I give them out, they kind of end up in other places. So we were looking at not giving out district passes to anybody. Securing the entrances. Right now, the way we do most of the games, like football, they come through the tennis courts. And we have all the other gates shut, and that's the only way in. For volleyball, basketball, they only come in through the gym. They come into the cafeteria doors into the gym. I'm looking at stacking our games, volleyball and basketball, to 4:30, 5:30, 6:30. So we play all 3 games in one gym. We don't put anybody in the back gym because it is smaller, because we are limited on the number of people. We don't charge for soccer games. We don't charge for baseball, softball, because we have no way to control who goes in and out. So we would be able to monitor the best we could. And as far as the volleyball, basketball, and football, which are the only ones we charge for. Do we take everybody's temperature when they come in? Or do we just have them self-assess at home? And they say, yes, we're okay, we took our temperature. I think that UIL is expecting us to take temperatures of everybody that comes through the door. So that's something we need to look at. So we may have to, which takes extra time. So there's an option of staggering. Okay, some of the ADs are saying you give them an appointment. Your appointment time is this. This is when you show up. This is when you come check in. So you stagger everybody coming in, which could be done through the electronic ticketing. And then the big question at the end is, if we're not going to allow them in, even if we allow some fans, we're still leaving a lot of people out of these activities. We are looking at a program that we can use to live stream activities. And with the program we're looking at is Mascot Media. El Paso brought it in, and they actually did a trial run on it today. And I know Fabens, they're going to do their trial run tomorrow, and some of the other districts are looking at it. It would be able to allow us to they would handle the e-tickets. So they would take care of our ticketing stuff and allowing where people could go buy their tickets online, just like if you were going to go to an activity downtown. With this, what they're telling me with this is not only can we can live stream athletics, you can live stream any activity you have in the district at all the campuses, which would allow us. And we were live streaming with an iPad, and they're going to take them to the middle schools and do all the middle school games, and we can live stream middle school activities, awards assemblies, any kind of father-daughter dance, any activity that you have going on in the district can be used for this program. This program, because it's only information right now, this is approximately $15,000, and it's per year, and it's a 3-year contract. We're trying not to do the 3-year contract, because we look at where we're at with all the loss of students, and less income coming into the district. So we would have to identify budget amendments in other areas, inclusive of athletics and campuses, prior to proceeding with this, because then we could not just come out of athletics, it could come from everywhere. And that way it would be something that could be used throughout the entire district. So I'm throwing all of this out so that I can get some guidance as to where you want me to go, what direction you want me to take, and I can proceed and try to get all of this worked out.
And I'd also like to invite Sir Horacio. Thank you, Ms. Jax. I'd like to invite Sir Horacio on the discussion on the technology part, because the $15,000 is just the program if we decided to go with them. And the company is very insistent in doing a 3-year contract, which we've indicated, we don't even know what the next legislative session is going to do. So I would be hesitant to commit our district for those additional years. But Sir Horacio, will you speak to the technology component part of it? And then we can speak a little bit to the staffing part that it would take, because it's not just purchasing of a program. And we don't have it up for action today, but this is a discussion we wanted to have because it's a very real situation for us. Sir Horacio?
Yes, good evening, Ma'am Chair Licon, members of the board, Dr. Mesa Chavez. So yeah, upon looking into this program, I mean, it does what it does. It will function, it will work. It does require, if they say that they will work with what we have at this point, since we haven't done anything like that, like Ms. Jax mentions, it's as simple as using an iPad. But then again, it's as good as the quality the iPad offers. And, as you get more, people joining, they would want better quality picture, better quality video. So we could have to invest more into cameras and stands and microphones and all that. The other portion of it is that, it would probably have to connect to some kind of a network. It has to be wireless, wired, which at that point we would have to look at the setup, what's the best approach. The company does offer a package deal. It depends how much, you want to invest. They offer a camera, 2 cameras. I think I had like 4 cameras as well. Overall, I mean, I think infrastructure-wise, network-wise, we can handle it. I mean, it's like what we're doing right now through YouTube. It's just a matter of seeing who will do the manning of that streaming. I mean, as much technology as we have, we would have to have somebody that will be manning those devices. Who would we set up as this to designate to stream those games? Because more than one person, it would have to be, a team. But technology-wise, I think it works.
And we do have on the staffing part, I know that Ms. Jax has reached out to one of our neighboring districts, and we're in the process of trying to establish a meeting because this could eventually be something that our CTE students could take care of. It gives them kind of that experience. We're just not at that point where we can do that. I mean, this is a topic that we're bringing here to discuss now, but those are all, I mean, alternative ways that we can try to handle the staffing part. But we would have to have already have it established through the CTE part. Ms. Jax, do you want to add to that?
Well, and I have been talking to, I did talk to the people from Socorro. She had one of their production people call me, and they're looking at, because they have a bunch of the middle schools, and they are looking, she said that their AD had talked about maybe having because all the teams have game managers. You have a game manager there with a device, or you make one of the assistant coaches work the device, or even somebody who's on duty to run them. And so that's a possibility. And I know Miss Sanchez, when we talked to her with the CTE, was real excited about getting those kids involved in setting up a rotation. So I don't know how that would work, how it could be done, but there's several ways. And I know they said that I'm going to sit in, I'm going tomorrow morning to watch the stream from Favens. He said he was going to do it in the morning, so I wanted to go. He sent us the link so we could watch to see what the quality looks like with just an iPad. So that's where we're at.
The reason bringing it forward to you is just, this is a lot to undertake in terms of, if this is just on the athletic component, you can imagine how we feel on the school side of it, bringing kids back. But we wanted to have some guidance or ideas or something from you all on how do we proceed with some of these items because, sports is starting around the corner and we want to know how to proceed. So any feedback you can provide us will help the administration try to move in the direction.
I like that we are able to live stream just in case, we can't physically be there. Thing is that with locking ourselves into a 3-year contract, not knowing how things may go, I'm not too sure. This Mascot Media, were they the only company that submitted probably, I don't know, a proposal or we just directly thought of this company?
This came up because he used to be, he's actually the contact guy was from El Paso, and he had reached out to the area athletic directors, and so that's where it came from.
Okay.
Because because he has contacts here in El Paso, and he's moved, and so he came to the area ADs with it.
That would be the only one.
There are others that probably don't have as much on the media part that they have, that they include. So there's probably some that are cheaper, but they're not going to have all the components that this one does.
Horacio, I don't know if, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Licon.
And we would have to be locked into a 3-year contract, like he's not willing to work, on a yearly basis, see how that goes?
I let him know that I was going to the board to discuss it, so I can let him know. And that's another reason, and that's another why we wanted to bring it to you guys, because so that you could let us know how you felt, and I can just go back and tell them, they're not willing to go a 3-year contract, and see what he says.
Other board members, where do you stand on
But I have a question, President Licon, for Horacio. Horacio, so to live stream, we would need cameras and stuff, you're saying, because the quality, right? But say if we did give it to our CTE students, couldn't we live stream them the games through YouTube? I mean, do we necessarily have to charge? Because I know that Mascot Media, it sells e-tickets. Do we necessarily have to charge per game? And that one's for Ms. Jax, right? But I know, Horacio, if we did give it to our CTE students, couldn't they live stream it through YouTube?
They could. From what I saw from Mascot Media, they also offer a dedicated app on the Play Store or the App Store in the iPhone world. So they will generate something congruently that will work with the district, that you can not only just watch the games, but you can also check the scores live. So I mean, they give you the full package. They give you the full, I guess, the full setup to make it work. That we could go through YouTube, we could. We would just have to invest in something kind of like what we do for the graduation. It's just a piece of box that you connect, you configure, and you stream. But then we go back. If they play music, will we be violating any copyright issues with YouTube? YouTube is very sensitive on that. And versus going this way, we use their platform. We don't touch YouTube at all. We go straight. That's why I would like to play an executive session, something nice for the people, but I avoid that so YouTube services, stream services won't get interrupted. But see, that's where we cross the line. That's what they offer. I mean, they offer the full solution thing. As far as cameras go, I think CTE, if we go that route, do have the equipment to do that. But if not, we can always start with some good quality newer iPads that can make it work.
I did forget about the copyright, because when you're broadcasting sometimes, and even if you have the background music, it'll stop your live broadcast. Yeah. I did forget about that.
Yes, they do it, and YouTube they have very good very good logistic of it, that they will capture it like that.
And it's only certain music. It's so weird, and I just thank you, Ms. Jax, for putting this together. I had to take a deep breath while I was reading it, because there's so many questions.
Yes, and every time, and we're laughing because we had our schedules built, and they threw this at us, and we started over, and then we had to do them again. And so every week, the athletic directors have been meeting every week, and every week something else comes up. The e-tickets, the reason for that, they're going with the e-tickets is because it's an easier way. You don't have paper things going back and forth, and it's an easier way to say, okay, there are only so many tickets available, and you say if you have the parents, you're going to give 2 tickets to the parent of the player. Well, okay, from this time to this time, those parents, you get to go get your tickets, and they set a time for those people to get their tickets, and then what's left over is open to the general public. But then we have to also remember, we have to save tickets for the visiting teams. So there's a lot to this. And so when we go to Clint, we don't have to worry, because we can't go to any of the schools in Clint. So they'll be watching that on TV.
And I guess just to the point, that's just the immediate players. Like if we're talking, what about students that are in band whose parents would like to go see them, and cheerleading? And so that's something else to add there to think about.
Dr. Mrs. Chavez, if I may?
Sure.
Just to add to the conversation as we're thinking about this, and I'm looking at the CTE programs, this is a wonderful opportunity for our kids to create this practicum for them. My concern is this is a big commitment. We have multiple games in multiple schools. We may have parents that are going to opt to only do online and may not want to participate, may not want to have their children participate. So that may reduce our the number of kids that are out there. So it's something to consider. It is a big commitment by the teacher and the kids to go out there and be responsible for this. Now, it is great opportunities for them to learn, but it's also something that if we have a student that's scheduled or 2 scheduled to go to a game and they can't for whatever reason, then we're out of again, people are relying on these games too. So just something to consider, something for all to consider.
Right, and I agree because what this does is, that's just the program, that Ms. Jax has indicated in terms of the cost and them wanting a 3-year contract. It does not come with personnel. I know because when we met with the vendor, we asked. They don't send us somebody to come record. And the other part is on the equipment part as well. Those will all be additional costs. And yes, we could have through CTE. But the point that you bring up, Dr. Segovia, is right on point.
And that's where, the young lady's going to call me back because they were still working on how they were going to work it. And she was going to give me more information once they had their meeting. And whatever we did, we would have to have backups, especially I would think that if we use CTE, it could be they could focus on home games, and then we have the managers or somebody with the iPad at the away games. So I don't know. There's ways I guess we could do it. We'd have to look into it, but I just wanted some feedback from our school board as to where you want to go, and I can talk to the gentleman and let him know that there's a concern with the 3 years, and see if he's willing to just go with the 1 year.
Right. I mean, and that's just one part of it. I mean, if it's just 1 year, that's 15,000 it was not part of the budget. So we would have to identify where we would pull that from. And then I guess the other part is one of the questions, and I think to the point that Mrs. Licon was asking if they were the only ones, we'd probably have to see, Sir Horacio, your thoughts on that in terms of maybe are there other companies as well, or?
I think I mentioned it back in the day to our previous CTE coordinator. When the guys went to the soccer semifinals, we were using an NFHS, and I was looking into what they offered because, I mean, it was interesting how they were able to broadcast the events, and how would they charge on a monthly basis. And I think Ms. Jax did a little bit of research, but I think the district can make some money out of it as more people join and watch our games. And I think that's the same thing with mass media. But I want to say, to answer Ms. Licon's question, I mean, I want to say they're not the only ones. I don't know, but I mean, I will take a little bit of research. But just to give you an example, NFHS does kind of provide the same thing. I don't think as fully blown as the mascot media, but they do stream games.
But once through NFHS, so the parents have to buy subscriptions.
Right.
It's going to cost. The parents are going to have to pay to see the games. They charge a fee.
Ms. Jax, just real quick, this is Mr. Chavez.
Yes, sir.
You know what? I know a lot of the colleges have like their own streaming. So I mean, they do their own streaming. Now that I see my son play, and they don't look to have a lot of complicated equipment. And I know one of the ways they handle the stuff about the music, the copyright of music is they just, when there's no game going on, they just kind of turn off the sound during, whether it be on halftime or whatever else they're gonna put music for the kids, for the crowd. And I do think for me personally, I think the CTE plan would be a little bit better. I know it would take a lot of planning and a lot of other stuff that's missing, but from what I'm hearing, they're basically licensing us to use their software for $15,000 a year. That seems a little bit steep.
I mean, from the technology standpoint, Mr. Chavez, I mean, if we would like to go that route, we would have to invest in a data center just for us to stream. It would take a lot of hardware space. Just to give you an example, I mean, for example, our email system is residing in the cloud. That's a service provided by Microsoft Office 365. If we would have something like that in-house, it would have cost us like $250,000 back in the day. Now they offer more robust applications that we couldn't even afford. So that's why we go to the cloud. That it can be done, it can, but it's going to take a lot of licensing and a lot of infrastructure and equipment.
Okay. So it would take a lot more to do through the CTE. Okay.
Anywhere we go, and that's why this was a discussion we wanted to have with you all, because any way we go, the company only offers what they offer. We would still have to have the students or adults or staff something, you know, and it does go back to the question of the reliability of who's going to actually take ownership of doing the recordings for the games to have it streamed. Because like it was indicated earlier, I can't remember who said it, maybe it was Ms. Jacks or Dr. Segovia, we could have some parents, you know, who don't want their children to or don't let them, you know, attend, you know, and we'd have to see the availability of how many of our students through CTE. And then it goes down to staffing. You know, we're going to have, if we are going to go this route, do we not allow any attendance in person to the games? Because then if we do, does that mean we're splitting our staff? So somebody's going to be having to be recorded. Others are going to have to be making sure that social distancing is taking place. So I, you know, in our neighboring district of Clint, because I know I spoke to the superintendent there, and he indicated that that's the decision that was made, is not to allow anyone to attend. And we just wanted to know from you all, these are all the questions. And we kind of put, you know, Ms. Jacks, Dr. Segovia, and I worked on, this is kind of like some of the responses that are out there, recommendations. So we still need, I mean, this item here is only for discussion right now. We just need to hear from you all on what your thoughts on some of these other things. Like, for instance, if we even talk about the band traveling, can we just say they will only go to the home games? And we will have to consider that if we want, you know, guests to visit, or as well as, you know, our parents to our students, we do have to consider things like the band, the cheerleaders, the ROTC. We have those parents who are going to say, well, wait a minute, my children are not the featured athletes, but they are participating. And how do we approach that? Understanding that we do have and rightfully so, an involved community that loves football, loves, you know, supporting our athletic teams.
And it kind of sounds like, to be fair across the board, it would be better not to just let anybody in and have something where they can live stream it. That way we're not putting any parents at risk, or you know, I couldn't go, she could go, how come only senior parents? We're going to get that. So I think maybe not allowing any fans to go at all, and just having, for the time being, till everything decreases, just having it live streamed. And then, I mean, little by little, maybe we can transition. But I mean, just to be fair across the board, right? I love sports, and Ms. Jax knows we're always there, me and Ms. Licon too. But I mean, if it would mean that my son gets to play without, you know, there being, how do I say,
additional risk factors,
yes, then I think that would be best, to be fair across the board.
Live streaming for now, I think that would work. I'm just still, that amount, the $15,000 for a 3-year contract with him, I'm still very not comfortable with that. Do you think we can look into other companies that would offer live streaming, and what would their rates be?
No, I can definitely do that, and see, and we might be able to get something that it's in like, you know, we were talking about the NFHS. It's
yes, and then
we have to buy subscriptions. So, but I can look and see what else is out there. I just had somebody text me, one of our coaches, matter of fact, something that I can look into. So I can look into see what else there is and how other ways that we could go about it, and see what we can come up with.
Mr. Rivas, since it wasn't budgeted in this year's budget, would this, we would get or a, amount per year. Would this be something that could be put in the budget? I know we're probably gonna have to take it from somewhere else because, again, it wasn't budgeted. I mean, what would your recommendation be?
That is correct. So we would have to find it from the budget, find it somewhere else. Depending on how long the closure continues, I may have savings in utilities. We may not, we're not paying substitutes right now unless the teacher is actually absent online. So there's a potential for savings there. Depending on what happens with the athletic bus situation, if only the team travels, then I may not spend as much money on athletic buses. So it would just be a matter of where can I take it from? Also considering though that the next budget amendment is decreasing revenues. So we will be decreasing revenues because we have less kids. So it's a matter of, I guess, making everybody fit within the pie that just continues to get smaller.
I wanted to throw out there as part on this mascot, on this program, there's also a part where you have advertising and you get businesses to advertise for the game during the games. They do like a little, okay, go shop at the San Eli Market, and they do a little spiel. And the money that when you sell those ads to whoever the business is, whatever revenue comes from that, you get to keep the revenue. So there's another little section in there that you can make money off of it as well, depending on the ads you sell. So, the different sports could find people to back them up. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that's also part as well. But
Ms. Jacks, when is our
tomorrow?
Question, Ms. Jacks, when is our first football game? What date?
First football game is on the first football game is actually not here, it's away.
Or volleyball game, what is our first?
The first volleyball game is on Saturday. It's actually a Saturday morning, September the 19th is the first home game.
So based on you all's vote, our next board meeting is the second Wednesday of the month. That would take us through September 9th. And so I think what I've heard so far, and please, trustees, let me know if I've missed anything, is we need to see about other companies, and we would like to, I guess, look into the technology part to see if our CTE students could do it. But then also if this is something that we proceed with, it would have to be the identifying in our budget, not going with the 3 years. I would still, and I did make that clear when we met with this individual, that the 3 years was not going to fly. Simply because, and I think most of you would agree, but I know Beto and I would have the conversation that we don't even know what the legislative session is going to look like. So that's too much for us to try to commit our district in that manner. But then I'm also hearing that, that we would look to see where we could make adjustments, and we could bring that to the September meeting. Because even within athletics, I'd like to remind you that athletics, and I don't know if there's anybody else who has not taken any cuts in terms of percentages, Sorbeto. Do we have any other groups? Beto, can you hear me or?
Yes, whose budget we also custodial. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Well, it's off. Okay.
Okay. So the other department, which we also did not cut their budget for, was the custodial group. And then for campuses, they're receiving less money, but their per pupil funding amount has not changed. So they're receiving less money because they have less kids, but overall they're getting funded the same amount per student. So depending on how harsh the next legislative session is, if they do budget cuts the way they did them 10 years ago, during the Great Recession, then at that point, those pots of money may have to be looked at in order to, I guess, keep paying the bills.
Any direction, how you would like us to proceed?
I think, like Ms. Licon had stated, maybe looking for other vendors that could possibly do that. I know someone had mentioned CTE, but it is a big workload for the kids, and then we don't even know how many are returning. So maybe getting the quote from new vendors, and then keeping it just virtual where we don't have any people go into the stands yet, and just making it virtual and having parents watch it like that.
I will,
Go ahead.
I will look at looking at some other companies and what they would charge. And I was to bring up on the bus situation that the buses are not subject to just the 12 riders anymore. That's been updated, so we can put more than 12 on a bus. I'm not sure exactly how many, so that's going to help us some as well.
Dr. Segovia, can you speak to that point? Because I know that I know you and I don't know, I see Mr. Martinez on there. Can we speak more to the bus situation? Because that'll actually also help clarify for when we start bringing students back in.
Yes, ma'am. So we used to have the number 12 as the ridership. That's no longer the case. Now TA is asking districts to encourage parents to transport to events. And also because that would hopefully reduce the number of riders in the bus, but there is no set number anymore. Is that correct, Mr. Martinez?
That is correct. And that is from the latest TEA guidelines that came out on August the 4th. And it does not state any amount of kids that could ride the bus. You are correct.
Thank you.
Anything else? I will look at trying to find some other vendors and see what else is out there that can offer the same kind of stuff that Mascot Media has. And I will put something together.
Any other
suggestions, let me know.
any other anything to add, Dr. Segovia, Mr. Martinez, or Sir Beto or Horacio? All right, so I believe that's all we have on the discussion part of it, but I guess this provides a little bit of an idea of all the things that need to be considered. And I think that I guess after having this discussion, I think we can all agree that it doesn't matter what decision we make, somebody is not going to be happy with it. And so but I do know one thing we can all agree in is that another thing is that we all want to keep our students and our staff safe because, we need them back the next day, whether it's virtually or in person. So, but thank you very much. And Ms. Licon, I'm handing it over back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. For the record, Ms. Christine, may we please note at 9:46 p.m. Ms. Jaques had to leave. So,
Yes, ma'am, noted.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christine. Okay, items 8C, 8D, 8E, all the items are for information only. Board members, item 8F again will be If anyone is interested in attending the TASB convention, it will be held September 30th through October the 2nd, 2020. If we can let Ms. Christine know if you will be attending. Remember, if we are in the top 5, we should be attending. And then on item G, the TASB is now accepting applications for the 2021 NSBA Advocacy Institute Stipend Awards. The information is here in our booklet, page 213. If anyone is interested, please go ahead and submit your application. I did it last year. It was a wonderful, wonderful growing and learning experience. So if any one of you is interested in doing it, I would suggest you submit your application. We're not sure if it's going to be virtual or not as of yet, but remember the stipend only covers the cost of the conference registration. Okay.
And then just to note that that information has been sent directly to trustees' emails. So that's something that you let us know after you've submitted the application, because they do ask you for district information, and then Ms. Christine gets, or I think it's sent directly to the trustee, and then the trustee will forward it to Ms. Christine, so that we know that you all have, if you've been accepted for a scholarship of some sort.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll now proceed to item 9, next meeting date, tentatively regular board meeting. It will be now moved, since we did accept item, instead of it being pending 6N, it's actually 6L. Right here for 6N, but it's 6L. Listed under our consent agenda. The new meeting date will be Wednesday, September the 9th at 5:30 p.m. Okay. Item 10, adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn at 10:19? You all still want to stick around?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, Ms. Garcia, motion, okay.
I was being polite. I didn't know who wanted a motion.
Staff is looking like somebody, please.
I was gonna make one.
Eddie doesn't want to leave. Okay, Eddie, we'll stick around a little longer. Seconded it was Mr. Chavez, huh? So we have a motion on the floor by Ms. Garcia, seconded by Mr. Chavez to adjourn at 10:15 p.m. Mr. Chavez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez?
She left, or she lost connection.
She probably lost connection. Oh, Dina, now we don't have a quorum. Do we need a quorum? Is Ms. Mata there?
I'm here. You don't need a quorum.
Okay. Somebody please get her on the computer.
Hold on, let me text her.
Okay. Staff didn't know we're staying overnight. You all didn't know that, right?
Right.
So a motion is needed. I mean, we don't need a quorum, so we officially have been adjourned at 10:19 p.m. Thank you. Good night, and thank you for speaking, everyone.
Bye-bye
Thank
to
you,
everybody.
Mr. Horacio.